Congratulations in BTech Computer Science branch, and I am currently trying to balance multiple things like presenting, college work, working on PTV, etc. And I was a GSOC 2022 intern at GNOME Foundation under PTV project, which is a video editor written using GTK and GStreamer. And I am also a group lead on GNOME and doing encouraging development around GNOME and open source in general. So before starting, we should understand that why we should care for open source. Like, why doesn't it even matter? So first of all, you are the owner. That you can, once you download the software, it is you who own it. It's not someone else. And a true open source software is always yours. You are not the product. It's not a company selling you. It's the product that they are selling. So you are not the product in this case. Your voice has power. So let's take an example. Like, you have a big office suite. You want to add a feature to it. What do? You reach out to the support team, and then you wish that they forward it to the development team because they are not developers. And then you wish that they take a look at it and they are willing to do it. Then you wish a manager assigns it to them, and then you wish that it comes in the next release, which is like not possible, I guess. So in this case, you can just open an issue or a PR along with an issue, and you can get it fixed much sooner, and maybe you will get it in the next release. So your voice has power in this case. No one dictates on you. If you want something else, you can just fork it, modify it to yourself, and if the license permits, you can do anything you want with it. Also, it keeps businesses and developers in check. So normally what happens is you don't know what's happening behind closed doors. You don't know what's happening in code. You don't know what the developer is doing in code, how he has written it, how efficient it is. But in open source, you can check it, and that's why businesses and developers write the best code they can. Then you also have great projects don't die, because, for example, I had a project called Logo Menu. It is one of my most downloaded projects and most used projects. And the great thing about it is that it was not my own project. It was a fork of another project. The developer stopped maintaining it, and then I started maintaining it, and now I am its maintainer. So it's prevent projects from dying, and also code doesn't get lost. I don't clearly remember, but I think Winamp is coming back, and they tried to reincorporate their proprietary format, but they didn't have the code for it because it got lost in the old servers. But in this case, at least you can get the code. The code is online. Most people would have downloaded it. So there's a more chance that you will have the code with you. And it is also a friendly community to explore. One of the best things about open source is its community. So now where to start? So our biggest myth people have is that open source is just about development. If I don't know code, I can't contribute to open source. But that is not true, because my friend Asmit, he is a documentation writer, but he is still a contributor to open source. He did Google Summer of Docs, etc. So a documentation writer can also be a contributor because you are encouraging open source. A designer can also be a contributor. One more example, my friend Pooja. She was also a GSOC 2022 intern at GNOME Foundation. And she is a UI UX designer, and still she is a contributor, because it's not just about code development, it's about documentation, it's about designing, it's about creating your own projects, it's managing communities. Because if community is a big part of open source, then managing it is also a contribution to open source. And that's why my journey can be different from a lot of people, because my journey is like based on development and on my journey, that how I did stuff. Now, so where can someone start to develop on open source? So they can start by first using open source replacements. People always have a doubt that where can I find projects? The easiest way to find projects is start using open source replacements to your current apps. You are using Note Editor, use an open source replacement. You're using Office Suite, use LibreOffice, OnlyOffice, Office like those. So then don't run after perfect copies. So let's say you are using a proprietary software. Now you download a software which is like equal to that proprietary software. Then how will you think of features in the first place? Like, yeah, there is a chance that you will get think of features and bugs, and you will get them fixed. But if you use a software which lacks a bit in features, then it will be inconvenient for you for a bit, but you will have a lot more things to add to it. It will be a lot more easier. The smaller the code base, the easier it will be. Then using software is the best way. So if you don't use the software every day, if you don't use it for your purpose, then how will you get to know all the bugs, all the issues, all the features it lacks? So you should use the software at least. And one more thing is that if you use the software, you can understand how the code works, how the logic works, and then you can link it backwards. Also start with tutorials. Like I have heard a lot of times that don't use tutorials because tutorials are hell and etc etc. I've heard a lot of that, but what I recommend is start with them, but just go beyond it. Use the tutorials to make a project, a small project, but then keep on contributing to it, add features to it, make it so big that the tutorial parts becomes so small that it's completely your project now. Also, one more thing you can do is ask your friends for features. If you can't think of a feature to add, just give the software, give the thing to your friend, and most probably they will recommend you something to add. And they can also recommend you projects. Sometimes you can't think of things, but others have some issues in their life, which you can ask them that what issues you face in your life, and then maybe you can work on that to make a project. And last but not the least, you should always get familiar with Git, because as you all know, most projects are hosted on Git. Now, so how to start? You can just open the issues page on any project, and most probably there will be a newcomer's issue label. That label is assigned to issues which the developer thinks should be easy enough for newcomers to begin with. Some projects even have domain issues, so they have issues like Python, GTK, and backend, frontend. So you can just select those issues and tailor it to your need. And some issues can even be one-liners. I faced that when I was starting working on PTV. The developer asked me to make at least some PRs before he can accept me, to understand that I can at least understand the code. So my first two issues were like literal true to false, or just one line adding or removing. Now, how did I start? So I started with CS50X. It was an online course by Harvard University, and I recommend all newcomers to try it once, because it just trains you to work on problem sets which are hard enough for a new developer to perform. I then started exploring communities on Reddit. Some people like to do it on Twitter. For me, it was Reddit, where I got some niche projects like Logo Menu, which was originally called Fedora Menu, and New Cert Theme, and etc. So these were some niche projects, but I downloaded them, I customized them for me. Some projects I customized for someone else. They asked that on Reddit, but the maintainer refused that I won't be adding that. So I just said, okay, I know code, I can do it for you. And that's how I customized them. And other people also wanted the same feature, so I just hosted them on Git. Then people began using my projects. So one of my projects has over 25K downloads. Another one also has some downloads. So yeah, that was a really great feeling that someone wants to use something you developed. I didn't think that more than one or two people will ever use it, but I was clearly wrong. Then community suggested features. Logo Menu started with just adding some logos. Then it's got to where I added colors to it. These all were community suggested features. I didn't think of that. Community suggested that, hey, this is a good project, you can implement this. So the best part about open source is, in my case, community. Then I challenged myself with things like LFS and BLFS, where I created my own Linux-based operating system. So that really helped me in understanding documentations and strengthening my skill set. Now, this is a big thing, because a lot of people get scared when they see the code. Now, let's try it with an example. You buy a novel, and you just open any page of it, like in the middle. How will you understand all the context, that how it was, how it led to this point? And you will just not understand. So what you do, you start from the first chapter. You just don't close the book and throw it away. So in the same way, if you just try to understand all of it at once, like if you just open a page and you try to understand it, you won't be able to do it. The better way is that use the application, find some things which are unique, like let's say a button says Aryan. Okay, and you think that this button is only saying Aryan, no other button saying this same thing. Search for that in code and see that how that Aryan was added there. See how that button was added there, and then you can just roll back and see how the whole function is working. Once you understand one function, then you can understand what function it calls, how those works, and then you can just start anchoring up and you can understand more of the code. So, but I have to make it clear that you won't understand the full code easily well in a short amount of time. I still don't know most of PTV. Most developers still don't know 100% of their code. They just know a part of the code where they work on, and they ask the other developers who work on the other part for their help. So don't think if you can't understand the whole code that you can't contribute. A lot of times you won't understand. Also, make yourself comfortable with documentations, because a lot of people think documentations are scary, but they are your best friend in need. If you don't read documentation, then how will you know how a function is working, how is everything working? So documentations are very, very important in open source. So try to make yourself comfortable with it. And also, again, it takes time to get a grasp of significant code base. Now, if you get stuck somewhere, a lot of people drop working on projects when they get stuck. They think that I am stuck, I can't handle it, and they just drop it. But what you should do instead is just take rest and come back later. This has solved so many issues for me. I just think that this is, I can't do this, I can't solve this issue, I can't do this in code. But then I just take rest, I come back later, and I automatically know that how to do it. Because your mind needs rest. Try out documentation. Again, documentation is your best friend. Get inspired by others' code samples. Like a lot of projects documentation have code samples, or you can, if they don't have, you can see how others did it. So don't copy it, but get inspired by it, how others did it, so you can understand how you can also do it. And if you exhaust yourself, again, repeat point 1, take rest, come back later, etc. And if you still don't get a solution, you can reach out to the community, which I did a lot of times, because again, community is one of the best things about open source, and if you reach out to them, they will really help you, and they will, like, there's no one picking up on you in open source. They are always there for you to help you. Just first exhaust your sources, so you are not wasting their time, and once you have exhausted all the things you could have done, then don't be shy about reaching out to the community. So this is a life without documentation. Like, this is a really easy thing, but if you don't have documentation, then I think this can also happen with someone. So another thing I get a lot in my college is that I want to switch tech stack. People think that this tech stack doesn't have too much scope, I want to switch it. Then they switch to another one and they think that I want to switch it again. But the thing is that don't switch because you saw someone is doing something and you think that this is better. Or someone told you to do this more because this is more scope. Again, there's a very big, famous line that grass on the other side always looks greener, and this happens with open source also. So try everything, but find your love. So I'm not stopping you from trying different tech stacks. You should always try different tech stacks, because let's say you are in college, your college told you something, and you just stick with it. Then that is not good. You should try everything, and then find what you really like. And also keep on evolving. Sticking to one doesn't mean that you should not evolve. You should always evolve. Like, how many of you know QBasic? Like, QBasic was used back in the day, like, and maybe someone really loves QBasic, but does it have scope now? No, it doesn't have much scope. Maybe you have 1 or 2 places where you can use it, but not much. So sticking doesn't mean that you shouldn't evolve. You should stick to one tech stack, but also keep on evolving. That there are new things in the community, you should learn those. So keep a base evergreen stack, but also keep evolving. And it takes time to get better in a stack. It takes time to learn opportunities that you can contribute to. So it doesn't mean that if you can't find opportunity in one day that this tech stack is bad. Tech stack is good. You should just keep focusing on it, work more on it. So what not to do? Again, don't ever underestimate documentation. I repeat this point again and again because in my period during GSOC, I had 300 tabs of documentation open at every time. Like, I didn't need all of those, but it was just how much I needed to refer to. Code samples, documentation, so they are really important. Don't ever feel low by comparing with others. If someone else knows more, that doesn't mean that they started with that thing. They started where you were at one point. So you can also reach there even higher, at the same level, anything. So don't ever feel low that he is higher than me. Get inspired instead. And other people will always share what they're proud of. So this happens a lot to me when I share that I have done this, I have built LFS, etc. People think that I'm flexing, and they think that they get scared that how we will do it, like you have done this and that, but I know that I have to do a lot more things. So I shared it because I'm proud of it. You should share what you are proud of, and like maybe in some years I won't think that these things were big enough, and I will share something else, but I will still be proud of them, and they will still not be that much big. So always share what you're proud of. And again, no one is born a coder with alien skills. Like, I wish I was born a coder, but I wasn't. I evolved into one. So no one is born a coder. And again, don't keep on switching tech stacks. Don't overestimate yourself, because it has happened a lot to me where I overestimate myself, because someone says that, hey, you are great in this, you are great in that. And this is natural that you will overestimate yourself. But that is where things really start to go bad, because you can't add to a filled bucket. If you think you know everything, how will you know more? So always think that you have a lot more to think. Don't overestimate yourself, and you will learn a lot more things in your life much easily. So now there are a lot of opportunities in open source, but firstly do it because for the love of it. Like, just don't go after the money. I get a lot of people asking me that, hey, can you do GSOC for me, and I will give you half of my money. Like, I have literally received these offers that, please write a proposal for me, please get me into GSOC, and then you can have half of my money, I just want the GSOC tag, etc. But if you are doing it, then it is of no benefit. And you should do it because you like the community, you like the open source, the spirit of open source, you like the concept of open source, not just because you are getting some money into it. I worked, when I started open source, I worked for 2 to 3 years throughout my whole diploma without getting paid. Like, I did my own projects, contributed to the projects, and I didn't have money in my mind. But then I got GSOC because, like, now I'm in college, I need to pay college fees also. So money is a part of everything, because you can't do anything for free in this life, but it shouldn't be your first priority in anything. So some opportunities are season of KDE. I think they don't offer stipend, but it is a great opportunity for anyone to try out. GirlScript Summer of Code, I don't know if it's out of India, but still a great opportunity. Summer of Bitcoin for any Web3 lovers, blockchain lovers. Code for Government Tech, another Indian one. Outreachy, another great concept for minorities, etc. So that is also great. MLH Fellowship, and My Love Google Summer of Code. Other opportunities can be like working for GNOME Foundation, Red Hat, OpenSUSE, Endless, Linux Foundation, PSF, Chromium. Like, the opportunities are endless. People think that we won't get much opportunities in open source. There are not many companies, but there are endless companies if you are really looking for it. Every company relies on open source at one end. Like, Microsoft servers even use Linux for their Azure uses Linux. So there's no lack of opportunity. So my GSOC experience was that I had some of my best time. I didn't know that it will be so great for me. I thought that it's just a program where I will be working on code, and it's just an official way to recognize my code contributions, nothing more. But it was some of the best time I had. I had an amazing community to work with, GNOME Hackers channel, GNOME Newcomers channel, GNOME Python. Like, I interacted with those communities, and they were so friendly. I didn't even think that I would get that kind of feedback. I had awesome mentors, Alex Bellut and Jatin Man, who helped me in everything I could have thought of, and yeah, I got real life experience. So even when I worked on my projects, it was not a real life experience, because I didn't use the best Git hygiene, I didn't use the best techniques. But when I used a project which was used by masses, you have to follow some things, and that's when you get some real life experience that what should you really do when you are contributing. I got a lot to learn, and converted me from a closed person to an open source person, an open person. Like, in my past, I couldn't even go out of home without anyone. And then I got into college, it opened me a little bit, and then GSOC was just at another level. Like, coming here, giving a talk was unimaginable for me some years back. Now, some common myths that you need to be contributing for years. That is not true. I didn't contribute for years. Like, I did some projects, but they were projects only. They were not like real open source things. And need to learn the language to ultimate depth. I didn't know Python much. I only use Python in some web development things. But yeah, I still knew enough that I could contribute. So you shouldn't. It's not a point that you should need to know it to then ultimate depth. And it is for open source masters and wizards. Like I don't see a wizard beard going over here, so I'm clearly not an open source wizard and not even a master in any way. And again, only go for it for better hiring and money. No, there are a lot more things that you can get from open source that you can give to open source. Again, my 2 cents. If you know more, always share it. It will only expand your knowledge. You will get to learn 2 things from others. You can teach 2 things to other person. Like you can't know everything. Other will know something that you don't know of. So always share it and give back to the community. Now, these are my handles. If anyone wants to reach me, LinkedIn, Twitter, Mastodon, like I literally use everything. And I even have blogs on my website. My whole open source journey is there, and I still keep posting there. So I again thanks GNOME Asia for sponsoring my trip to here. I wouldn't have been able to come here if it wasn't sponsored by them. I also thank my college for co-sponsoring it, like food charges, etc., local travel. So thanks to my college also, and to my mentors who really paved my path to come to here, to this stage. So I'm done. Any questions? Anything? Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So how I got to know was my sister told me when she was in college. She got to know about it, and a lot of people I faced heard it from someone else, or like some of their friends told them, some of their seniors told them, and they got to know it from their seniors. So it's always a word of mouth, I think, in case of GSOC. And also one more thing that I'm trying to do is developing the GNOME users group I just talked about in my region. So where I try to encourage people to know more about what is GSOC, how you can contribute to it, because there is a lot of uncertainty. Like even in my college, people don't know what it is. They just think you sign up, you give up, you have to have a really big contribution history, and you will just get paid all at once on the start of the program. They just don't know that you need to be contributing. You need not to have such a big contribution history. Even a beginner can come to GSOC if he really wants. So yeah, it is a word of mouth, and that is, I think, the best way that someone can learn about it. Once you involve college, it gets a bit bad in a sense, because yeah, I don't want to touch on that, but yeah, it's better if your seniors, your friends, your peers, your community tell you about it, and that is the best way to learn more about it, I guess.
Participant from other countries, for example, maybe they have a different experience on how they know about the GSOC program.
I didn't actually have any conversation with
Okay.
anyone outside the country, only the people inside India. So, yeah, but I'm really looking forward to that also. So, any more questions? Okay. So, okay, thank you everyone, and it was a really great time presenting to you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aryan. Next, we have Mr. Fatih Kamil Zainuddin, our presenter.
Okay, so this is the outline. So I will introduce myself, and then instead of a story about what is open source, I think you all already know. So I tell you about my journey in open source, and then I will list some tools related to the cybersecurity, and then I share my experience to develop on the cybersecurity platform or system based on open source product. So thanks again. So my name is Fatih Kamil bin Muhammad Zainuddin, but people usually refer me to Fatah. So right now I'm leading the Malaysia Computer Emergency Response Team. So if there is any cyber incident in Malaysia, they will report to us, and then we will respond accordingly lah, which is how to solve the incident related to the ransomware, malware infection, web defacement, vulnerability, and so on lah. So previously I'm one of the specialists under Cyber Threat Research Center. Through applied research based on the problem statement exists in the cybersecurity world, so I try to develop several tools, mostly based on the open source software. So other than that, I'm also part of the Open Web Application Security program, and then ROSEC community, and also Project HoneyNet community. So there is several pictures. So previously, I think back in 2004, I'm Mandrake user, and then later on I'm using Debian, and right now I'm using Ubuntu lah. Mostly I'm using Ubuntu in my server production lah. So previously I'm using Enlightenment, and then later on I think during 2008 I'm using GNOME Compis, which is it is an interactive desktop, and then recently I'm using GNOME desktop. So previously I'm learning the network protocols, the network communication through an open source project, which is the name of the project is an Ethercap, and then you can refer to the SourceForge or Ethercap. So you can open up into the source code. The source code, for me, the source code is actually the documentation for you to learn. And then there is a struct in C code, and then that struct is related to the Ethernet packet. And then this is the up header. So basically, what I'm doing, I'm using the socket, sock raw, and then I try to construct the packets using the struct being given by the Ethercap codes, and then I try to send it through the network. So I'm putting the destination, my address is FFFFFF, and then I'm putting the IP address of the destination, which is I'm querying what is the IP address of 192.168.1.1. So the right side, the router which is hold the IP address of 1.1, and then he reply back that the IP 192.168.1.1 is the router, and then the MAC address is as mentioned. So this is my first code to interact inside the network. And then what about if I want to communicate to the internet, which is outside from the network? So it is coming into the IP, and also ICMP. I starting with the ICMP. So this is the IP header, so you can look into, and then the reference is below there. So I try to construct using the IP header and also the ICMP header. So I put it the destination IP address, and then the MAC address is the router and then the source is my PC, and then the MAC address is my PC MAC address. So later on, after several times altering the code, and then I can communicate to the network outside from my network. Okay. So other than that, if you want to play around with the network, you can refer to there is so many libraries, open source network libraries outside there, such as library PCAP, library net, library needs, and also library DNet, and also several others. And also not only specific into the C, but maybe there is a Python code such as Scapy and so on. So I also involved previously in the Linux kernel development. So basically, Linux source code is the documentation for me. Other than that, I may refer to the man what is the function. So there is the code is divided into two: the kernel function, and also the user space function. Okay, so at that time, I don't know how to refer about the kernel development. So I try to refer some of well-known person. For me, in Malaysia, there is one person that I know, which is expert in kernel development. The name is Arif at freebsd.org. So I know he is one of the audio driver developer for FreeBSD. And then I provide the URL. You can also refer to them. I think until right now, the IRC is still up, and I think there is still people inside there. So I try to play around with the Linux wireless driver at that time, because that is the hardware that I have. So I like to play around with the USB because of it is more simple than communicating with the hardware, PCI hardware, which is I have to communicate through DMA, through some other things, which is takes time to learn. So I'm focusing into the USB wireless device. So firstly, I'm going into the Ralink RT73. And then Ralink RT2870, Atros, and so on. So I have experience during back in 2008, which is they are starting with the hard Mac, which is all the firmware is inside, hard code inside the device itself. And then because of they want to reduce the product price, and then to fasten the manufacturing, and then to reduce the bugs inside the firmware code, so they are going into the soft Mac, which is the firmware is outside, usually is inside the driver, and then when you load the driver, so the firmware will be uploaded into the hardware, and then the hardware will be loaded with the firmware. So at that time, I think there is a lot of Wi-Fi stack. There is no standard Wi-Fi stack from Linux. So for Intel wireless card, they are using IEEE 802.11, and then later on they are going into the MAC 802.11, which is right now is the de facto standard of the Linux Wi-Fi stack. So some of the code you can refer to my website, which is in the previous archive. So like I said just now, if you want to venture into the Linux kernel driver, you can start first with libUSB, which is a user space library, provide general access to the USB device. And then for the kernel source code, you may refer to the OpenBSD. I like OpenBSD source code because of they have their discipline to code the driver and in a structured and more clean compared to Linux driver source code. So you may refer to the OpenBSD kernel driver, and then you can start communicating with the USB hardware using libUSB. So some of my project, you can refer to the URL. So of course, there is a code. The first code, it will try to detect if there is any vendor ID or product ID from the list, and then if it detects, so it will attach with the USB device, and then when you communicate to the USB device, of course, what I said just now, we try to initialize all the variables, and then upload the firmware, and then reboot the USB device, and then afterwards it communicate with the hardware driver, with the hardware. So I'm coming into the open source cybersecurity tools. So the previous slide is about my journey into the open source. So I have also maybe one of my experience. I'm in 1 year. I don't interact with the Windows. So I interact only in Linux, using console only. There is no X. So I try to play around with the Linux kernel. So I think that's why I try to be good into the Linux kernel development at that time. Okay, so for the open source cybersecurity tools, there is multiple categories, which is operating system, network analysis, computer forensic, reverse engineering, and so on. So for the operating system, you may refer the well-known operating system. Kali is not a tools, but Kali Linux is a Linux distribution or Linux OS. And also there is another tools which is Sieve, and also Alien Vault or SIM, which is comprised of several open source security tools inside an operating system. And then for the network analysis, you may refer to TCP dump to analyze the network traffics, and then Wireshark, and then NTOP. It can determine what is the application that being used inside the network. Then a crack to overview what is a wireless around us, and then also Kismet, which is previous tools before a crack. And then for the computer forensic, you may refer to the volatility, which is volatility is the memory forensic tools, where you can when there is an incident, if you turn off the PC, so you may leave some of the evidence, so some of the evidence behind. So volatility will help you to analyze the will help you to analyze inside the memory itself. So during the incident, you may use some tools to dump the memory into a file, and then you can use volatility to identify whether what is going on during the incident. There is a list of processes, network activity, files. Even though it is inside the memory, you can still get it. But other than that, if you want the full access to the file, so you must have an access to this image. And then other than that, you may refer to Autopsy, Sleuthkit, Velociraptor, OSQuery, Google Rapid Response. For the reverse engineering, I think there is a popular tools named Ghidra. You can use it to analyze most of the CPU architecture file executable, such as MIPS, ARM, Intel, and so on. And also you can refer to the x64DBG. For the secure tunnel, I think it is well known. You have heard about the OpenSSH using OpenSSL, and then OpenVPN. There is a WireGuard, which is a lightweight VPN version of the OpenVPN. There is an end-to-end, which is peer-to-peer VPN. and then there is a Tor. For endpoint security, you may refer to the ClaimAV. ClaimAV is a open source antivirus, and then there is OSIGE, which is open source host-based intrusion detection system. Right now, people are currently moving forward into the EDR, so you may refer to the Open EDR, which is owned by Komodo, and then there is several projects at GitHub, such as WHIDS. For the radio analysis, you may refer to the GNU radio. Using GNU radio, you can analyze the electromagnetic wave around you, such as walkie-talkie, mobile phone, FM radio, and so on. And also, you may refer to the GQRX, OpenWebRX, GRGSM, and also related to the RFID, which is MIFARE, MFOC, or MIFARE Classic offline cracking, and then MFCUK. For the network monitoring, you may refer to the Observium, Zabbix, Cacti, Nagios, Ichinga. For the network security monitoring, you may refer to the SNOT and Suricata. For the vulnerability scanner, you may refer to the Nmap, OpenVAS. Nmap is a network scanner. You can know if you be given an IP range, so you can use Nmap to determine what is the host exists inside the network, and then you can know what is the network service open from that network. And then afterwards, you may use OpenVAS, which is Open Vulnerability Application Scanner. So you will know what is the vulnerability inside that targeted network. And also there is another web vulnerability scanner, which is a Skipfish. For the honeypot, there is a Kipo, Dionia, Kauri, and also comprehensive tools of honeypot, which is Tpot. For the exploitation, you may refer to the Metasploit framework. So when you know there is a vulnerability inside the targeted network, you can use Metasploit framework to take. You may use the vulnerability. You can compromise inside the network through that vulnerability using exploitation tools such as Metasploit framework. And there is also web exploitation tools such as SQL map. If there is any web vulnerability such as SQL injection, so you can use SQL map. There is also post exploitation tools for the persistency and also to do some lateral movement inside the network, which is using Empire framework. And also there is a threat intelligence information sharing, which is you can refer to the MIPS. MIPS is an open source framework developed by Circle. So I cannot go through one by one the list of what I've been presenting just now. So this is the Kali Linux, and also there is a two project, the Kali full-blown Kali Linux desktop, and then there is a mobile-based Kali Linux, which is NetHunter. So the left one is the desktop base, and then the right one, you can also install the Kali Linux operating system into your phone and also into the watch, such as smartwatch. After that, you can use your phone or smartwatch to do some penetration testing from the network. For the RFID, this is the list of software, which is also referring to the open source, which is you can refer to the libNFC, MFOC, MFCUK, MIFARE Classic tool, which we can get it from the GitHub. And then, of course, when you want to analyze the RFID, you must have the hardware, which is previously the ACR122U is being used to read the MIFARE Classic card, but using the libNFC tools, you can go in depth into the NFC or RFID card. Okay, so this is an example when you want to crack into RFID card or the MIFARE Classic card. So of course there is a password that has to be cracked. So using a specific tools, you can recover the password. Okay, and then there is some special card, which is the NFC card. Supposedly you cannot write the sector 0, but there is a card which is released by the Chinese manufacturer. You can change the UID 0 or the ID of the card. So this is an example, which is the left one is a Proxmox RDV version 3, and the right side is version 4. So it support low frequency and also high frequency. Okay, so so other than that, for radio analysis, for the GSM hacking, you can use several open source tools to read the SMS over the GSM network using like GRGSM, OpenBTS, and several other tools, which is also open to the public. You can get it from the GitHub. So some of the finding, basically we got the SMS message, which is sent from some number to a number. Other than that, we can also tap the voice call, so we can also get the voice call and then dump into file, and then we will know what is the conversation inside the GSM network. So the next is Alienbot OSIM, or Open Source Security Incident Management. It is comprised of several tools. It is an open source project. So it is consists of the Suricata, OpenVAS, OpenVPN, OSAC, NTOP, Kismet, Nmap, Prats, Nagios, P0F, and so on. And it also optimized by PFRing. So this is the list of the tools. So you can use Alienbot OSIM to do the network security monitoring inside your network. You can download it and then try to tap into your network with attached to the spam port at the core switch. So for the honeypot is tried to detect the cyber threat attacks from the network, which is it is a passive sensor. You just give the IP address, usually the public IP address, and then you just wait until there is an attacker coming into your organization, and then try to access into the honeypot. So honeypot can simulate Windows, but it is a Linux actually. And so when an attacker try to scan into the network, and then one of the result is a honeypot, and then it will scan what is a network service open at the honeypot, and then it will try to do the vulnerability scanning, and then try to exploit into our honeypot, and then try to run several commands inside our honeypot. So we will try to log all the activity done by the attacker, and then we will keep into the database, and then we will share it to our partners. The new malware trend attack to the honeypot. So there is several tools related to the honeypot, but I take the popular one. One is a Kipo, and then second one is a Kauri, and then Kipo is the SSH honeypot, not HTTP. And then Kauri is a Telnet and SSH honeypot. Dionia is of multiple network services, such as file sharing, web, database, IoT, and so on. So I'm going into what kind of a project that has been developed by us. Actually, the first one is a LebahNet. LebahNet is a HoneyNet project. So the component that we are using is a Dionia. So at first there is some problem in Dionia to determine what kind of attack through the HTTP protocol. So inside the mod security can detect what kind of attack. So when we know there is a problem segment, so we combine these both tools, use both Dionia and also mod security. So when there is a web attack, we will know if there is a specific attack related to the CVE, related to the SQL injection, remote file inclusion, local file inclusion, and so on. So the second tool is Kauri. Kauri is based on Twister Python library. So it is the Twister library is well known to have a memory leak issue. So we may have combined with some other things to make sure that our honeypot is stable. Then of course there is some custom script using PHP and Python, and our team is comfort to use the Laravel PHP framework. Previously we are using Yi framework, and then for the logs we keep into Elasticsearch. For the visualization, user access management, we put it inside the MySQL database. So what kind of information that we collect? So first one, we collect the binary, which is inside the internet. There will always a new malware binary that we capture, such as related to the WannaCry, related to the crypto mining, and so on. And then we will know what kind of access login that they are using, such as username admin, username user, password, maybe password 1, password 1234. And then other than that, is related to the web application attack. So we have two things. One is the sensor, and then the other one is our centralized management system. So for the sensor, it is based on Dionia, mod security, Kauri, Ubuntu Core. There is a reason why we are using Ubuntu Core, because of we are using Raspberry Pi, and then we want to reduce the risk of the data corruption. So that's why we are using Ubuntu Core. And then to maintain the stability, we are using supervisor, cron tab, and also some other scripting. For the centralized management, we are using PHP, Python, Laravel network, and then we are using Coco Sandbox. Coco Sandbox is an OS simulation to test out the executable binary to run into the simulation environment. So of course, this project has been participated around the world, including Taiwan, France, China, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Philippines, Japan, India, and some of it is at public cloud. So this is the dashboard. You can see what is the trend, how many unique malware has been captured by us. Some of the binary is not being detected by the antivirus, but some of it is being detected by antivirus. So all those information we will share with our partner. This is the dashboard using Kibana, and then this is the attack live visualization. So you may explore using ELK. Okay. So we are also using ELK platform to do the health monitoring for each server and also the sensor. And then this is one of the sample report, which is we have been collecting. Most of it is related to the WannaCry, WannaCry is a ransomware, and then Tiger, Zombie Boy, which is related to the cryptocurrency, and then Ectonics, Bramble, Small, which is related to the Trojan downloader, Mirai related to the botnet, and some other tools which has not been identified by the antivirus. So we also share with the international cert, and then we deliver the reports to them. Okay, so this is one of my hobby project, which is onion.my. So usually you must install the Tor browser, and then you can access to the onion domain. But if you don't want to install the Tor browser, you can just put it .my after the onion domain. So if you are doing that, you will be going through my network basically, so I will know. So more or less this is the architecture design that has been used to develop the onion.my, which is most of it using open source, which is consists of the Apache and then Apache logs. Tor2Web also is the open source, and then using crontab to maintain the stability of the system, using SOC5, and then Tor script. We also using some custom script, and then try to correlate with the with some other library such as GeoIP and also user agent. And then afterwards we can visualize it using ELK platform, which is a powerful and it is a open source and free software. So but it shows here that Google start to crawling into my system, which is supposedly when you are using Tor browser, you just access using some random domain .onion, but if you are putting .my, it will go through my system, and then I will try to advertise it, and then later on many people start to using it. So there is some findings which is related to the pedophilia, some of the investment website, some of the weaponry website, so we can identify. So people start using it, consists of the mobile phone and also PC. So this is previous finding that has been presented to our stakeholders, which is related to the pedophilia, and then related to the investment, and also some other news. So it's quite interesting that there is a lot of people try to access to the pedophilia website. So I think we can deal with the law enforcement to send it to send to them to take action on that. Okay, for the CyberDrill, we are also developed the CyberDrill platform using open source. So the component that we are using is, the language is a Python, PHP. Framework that we are using is a Django framework, Laravel. External tools we are using is a CTFD, database is MySQL. For the virtualization, we are using Proxmox, KVM. For the network or server monitoring, we are using Observium. For the development, of course, we are using Visual Studio. If it is related to the Linux malware, so we are using GCC or maybe Python compiler. To construct the network packets, we are using Wireshark or TCP/DUM. If you want to do some programming to change the IP address inside the PCAP file, or the port inside the ports, and also the timestamp inside the PCAP file, we are using Scapy. So this is the dashboard that we are using the open source tools to provide the CyberDrill, which is the attack simulation to 110 organizations So mostly related to bank sector, investment, capital market sector, and also bank sector. So after they answer it, so we know who are perform or who are not performing well. So we also have some other product which is for under breach detection system. So you may compare it with a FireEye or Last Line, Trimicro. So we also develop our own product using several open source tools. Of course, when we are trying to look into some other product, they are also using open source like Linux open source, Suricata, KVM. They are all using the open source tools, and then sell it as a commercial product. Okay, so what is a CIMA Insight is an advanced malware threat detection, and then developed by us and also together with academic and also local technology developer. It is basically a combination of network intrusion detection prevention technology and also sandbox. So the open source component that we are using is Suricata, Cuckoo Sandbox, PHP and Python as a programming language, Laravel PHP framework, Stock for message transportation, Redis and RabbitMQ for message queue, ClamAV, Apache and some others. So it is consists of three components, which is sensor, manager and also analyzer. On the sensor, we are using Suricata to inspect all the network traffic, to carve file, and then to mesh with the network signature. And then after it mesh with the network signature, the Suricata will raise an alert, and then will transport the alert using stock. First using Redis, and then using stock to transfer to the manager. So the manager inside here, there is an Apache web server. We provide the API, and then if there is a file being transferred, so we may want to inspect first using the open source antivirus, which is ClamAV, and then all those alert will keep into the RabbitMQ, and then using Laravel job to process all the message, all the job inside the RabbitMQ, and then process it and then put it inside the database. Okay, so if we are carving the file from the network, such as there is an email attachment, there is a file being downloaded by the user, so we will push it into our analyzer. So mainly inside our analyzer there is a Cuckoo Sandbox with three profiles actually: Windows 10, Windows 7 and also Windows XP. And then we are using KVM for the virtualization. Okay, so a single sample will push into three instances, because some of the malware can run in Windows 10 but cannot run into Windows 7 and XP, but some of it may run into Windows XP but not Windows 7 or Windows 10. So that's why we provide three Windows environment. So this is the user interface. We can know what is the IP address has been affected by malware, and then the list of the malware, and then this is a threat detection list, some of it related to the Emotet Trojan. Okay, and then this is a file being carved from the network, and then we send it to the sandbox, and then when it run inside the sandbox, which is it try to run into the simulated environment, simulated Windows, and then we know based from the behavior, and then we give some scoring. So when the score is above a threshold, so we put it as a malicious file. So same goes into the email, where we take up the attachment inside the email and then we run it inside the sandbox. Okay, so if it already been in the antivirus signature, so it can straight away detected by the antivirus. But if it is not, so it will send it to the sandbox. And then if the score is above threshold, so we flag it as a malicious. So this is the detailed behavior, such as communication to the command center, register as a Windows service, and so on. So it is all started from designing the architecture, and then I'm presenting at OWASP and also as a Pacific Cert, and then I'm getting some of the feedbacks from the community, and then of course we come out with the CMOP Insight project. So it is about sharing the knowledge. Of course, I'm sharing back to the community back. So other than that, I'm also developing the PCAP analyzer. So this is once when you search for PCAP analyzer, it stay on the top of the list of the search. And then we have a CMOP project, we have the honeypot project, and also we have the threat intelligence, which is we sharing our threat with the community. Okay, some of the hobby project. This is my last slide, which is related to the hobby project. So previously I am converting the Android phone into Windows. This all can be made by using EDK2 bootloader. So it is a UEFI bootloader, and then it can boot into Windows, and then I can play YouTube inside my phone. So other than that, I also do some reverse engineering the network router board using UART, and then I getting the firmware inside the router board, and then try to reverse engineer the firmware. And then I'm converting the IoT devices such as smart switch and also smart IR into open source software. Some of the open source firmware related to IoT is named Tasmota. Also converting the Nintendo Switch into the Linux Ubuntu. So when I'm docking into my desk, so it will show into my TV, and I can use my Nintendo Switch as a Ubuntu Linux desktop environment. And also previously converting PS4 into Linux. Okay, so in the end, the conclusion is try to code, start to code, and so be a developer instead of the power user. My friends once told me, if there isn't one, create one. And if you have problem and then you didn't find any project in the GitHub or anywhere, you try to develop one and then share back to the community. I think same as the previous guys presenting to you. And then if you want to learn about the Linux kernel source code, the Linux kernel source code itself is a documentation. But if you are clueless, you may use man, and then what is a function inside the Linux. And then open source is of course about the sharing community. If you have problem, if you don't find one, you create one and then you give back to the community. Try to contribute to the open source community as a user, developer, tester, and also translator. Okay, so I think that conclude my presentation. Okay, so if there is no question, okay.
Regarding the GSM hacking, so how trivial it is these days to do that? Means that is it anyone in this room, for example, can set up a GSM base station to interrupt my signal, for example, and then we all of us have to worry, or it's really just a targeted person has to worry about that?
Okay, so my previous experience is in the 2G network, but for the 3G network, there is a tools already to emulate as a fake base station. So if you are connecting instead of the original cell tower, so when you are connecting into the fake base station, when you are sending an SMS, you try to communicate to the internet, so you will also going through the fake base station. So as of now, I think 2G and 3G network, but the 4G, the project is already been there, but I never explained in 4G network.
It's still a non-trivial setup, you mean?
It is quite a trivial setup.
Quite trivial.
Quite trivial.
So it means that everyone of us here has to worry about that.
Usually when you are using those tools, sometimes the developer, they are not accidentally put up the wrong code. When you compile it, so sometimes you're getting some error. So I think the developer just purposely doing that. So you must have some development experience to change the source code, and then in the end you can compile it successfully.
Okay, I have questions. I mean, from your slide, it looks like the open source tools are very prominent compared to the closed source. Can you give your personal opinion why does on the security area, like using a more open source tool compared to the proprietary tools?
I think both have their own pro and cons. When we are dealing with the closed source, usually you must have some reverse engineering skills to read those computer language, and then to find the vulnerabilities. So it will take a long time to get those vulnerability. But when we are talking about the open source, and then we are sharing to the public, so of course there is a lot of people try to contribute. If there is a vulnerability, so they just raise up inside the issue, and then they will patch the open source. So both for me got pro and cons, but of course I trust on the open. Actually, I trust both closed source and open source. But of course, right now, most of the system, Google, Facebook, and some other big organization, they are using open source.
Any more questions from the floor? Okay, I think thank you, Mr. Fatah. But if anyone have any more questions afterwards, maybe Mr. Fatah will be here for a while. Then you can just catch him up to questions. Okay, thank you once again, Mr. Fatah.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Sorry?
So, hello everyone, and thank you for attending my presentation about community building, diversity, equity, and inclusion in free, libre, open source communities. So, my name is Anissa Kutsi. I'm a FLOSS contributor in various projects. I'm a GNOME Foundation member and also a volunteer. I'm an OpenStreetMap Foundation member and also a contributor, and I'm also a Wikimedia projects contributor in different projects because there are many. Today I decided to talk to you about diversity and inclusion, and my journey starts back in Albania almost a decade ago. I was part of a local community back in Albania, and there I got to know about the FLOSS projects. I started contributing in the free software environment, and I was really active for quite a few years. Back in Albania, I was part of this local community, and we were organizing lots of things. We're doing lots of activities, organizing events of small, medium, and large scale, and we're really active and have very diverse community. We have nearly 60% of the community women. In 2018, I moved to Italy, and I started getting to know the Italian community and the Italian contributors, and I started engaging again in the free software after a short pause. And fast forward in 2020, I started working for Wikimedia Italy, which is the local chapter, the affiliate for Wikimedia Foundation, and also for the OpenStreetMap Foundation in Italy. Back there, I started working as the OpenStreetMap project manager, as I told you, and I got to know the Italian communities. After being active only in the Albanian community, I got to know these communities that were it was mind-blowing to me how big these communities were. So I started working full-time. I got to know many people, and currently, as per 2022, I still work as the OpenStreetMap project manager for Wikimedia Italy, and I also do community support for the Wikimedia projects and for OpenStreetMap. So, I need to explain my journey so you can understand why today I decided to talk to you about community building and why I decided to share my experience. So, communities are very important. First of all, because this is collaborative work towards a goal. It's really important to be not as a single individual, but to work as a group, because it's easier to kind of reach that goal if you work with other people. It increases the chances of getting heard if you do that as a group instead of an individual, because you are part of a bigger voice and you have much higher chances to reach whatever you want to reach. Whatever the community, not even the open source projects and the free software communities. Communities become a support network where people who are part of the community not only help each other to reach that mission, but at some point you kind of create a very solid connection. You create a bond with the people, and it becomes a support network for everything, basically. You can have those people help you for different things, a part of what the mission of this project or this community is. It gives people a sense of belonging. The communities are important because we all need that sense of belonging, of being part of something bigger and feeling that we are part of a specific group and we can find the support we need. And of course, it allows people to have good connections, always part of this support network. We need connections. We need to find other people who think alike and who like the same things and try to keep them close to us. And it obviously community fosters communication, and as long as we exchange ideas, discuss, exchange experiences, agree or disagree, doesn't matter, we evolve as a society, and it's important to have this exchange and to have this communication between the members of the community. So basically, in a community, you need people not necessarily who agree with everything you do, who do things the same exact way, who do things the same step by step that you would do. You don't need this kind of people. You just need people who in different ways kind of work towards a common goal and a common objective and have the same vision that you have. So, as I told you, I used to live in Albania, and Albania is a very small country. To make you understand the context, is a country of 2.5 million people. And I went to a country with 60 million people, nearly, which is like 20 times bigger than the country I was that I was living. And the communities in the country that I was living obviously are much smaller, because smaller countries, smaller communities. And there were very few organizations engaged. We had an overall estimation, which is also a common thing in usually smaller countries and smaller communities. The overall estimation is that obviously there are less people engaged, so also less professionally involved contributors. And I'm going to explain these professionally involved contributors in a while. And we had difficulties to have significant budgets to support our projects and our initiatives. Whereas in bigger communities, such as in Italy, for example, I see, at least based in my experience, a wider engagement and also many organizations engaged and supporting and working in free software topics. There are more professionally involved contributors in the projects, and what I mean by that is that it's not related at all to the level of contribution that every single individual does to the project, but more specifically to the fact that many contributors in Italy, for example, I'll take as an example OpenStreetMap or the Wikipedia projects. In OpenStreetMap, they volunteer. OpenStreetMap is a very big database of open geospatial data, and they contribute to the database, to the map, but they also work, let's say, as a GIS professor, or they work in institutions or organizations who work with geospatial data. So they are somehow involved in this field of geospatial. Or for example, we have librarians who are also Wikipedians, so it's also part of their job what they do in the projects. But that doesn't make their contributions better or worse, it's just a fact. And we also have significant budgets allocated to support the project, and this is also mainly because there are so many organizations that are involved in the projects. Interestingly enough, in Albania or smaller communities, I've noticed though that newly engaged people are involved more deeply in the projects, and this happens for a reason, because you get to know the people much better and dedicate more time to them, and you kind of create a more solid connection to them, and you can also guide them step by step and be closer and help them out throughout the process of learning. It's obviously easier to have a safer environment and also a more welcoming community, because, well, it's easier to kind of manage an event of 15 or 50 people rather than 500. So it's definitely easier to keep a safe space over there. And it's also easier to work on improving gender gaps, because if you grasp the problem in its roots, you can kind of work towards making things better while the community grows. Whereas in bigger communities, I've noticed that usually there are more individual contributions from the people who are helping out, volunteering, And sometimes by being really experts, some contributors tend to scare newcomers, sometimes even by speaking slang, which is something that we don't even think about, but speaking slang scares new people who don't really have any idea what we're talking about. So many newcomers also tend to superficially learn about the project because they don't always get the guiding that they need, and that helps them kind of get in a more deeper level to contribute to the project. I don't know why, but not many people find the time to actually help them step by step. And it's not that you have to do it with everyone, but if everyone would just do a little bit more, we would have kind of a better welcoming guide for newcomers in all our projects. And it's obviously harder to work on gender gap issues because the gender gap is usually very big, and it's harder to work on it. So I didn't make this slide to make a comparison between the two communities, rather than to show that these communities are just different. None of them is better or worse. They are just different, and different is very good. Different is exactly what we need, because that difference between all these communities is what makes this balance in our global community. And we need communities to be different, and we need to understand that whatever good resources that we have in each of these communities, we have to use the best resources that we have in every environment. So it's important to just remember all communities are good. Just try to use whatever good resources you have in whatever environment you are. So if you're already part of a community, whether you're part of very big or very small community, here are some very simple tricks that I wanted to share to you on engaging new people or already active contributors. Just remember that the first rule, but literally the first one, is to just get to know the people, listen to them, and understand their interests. It's important to be empathic with the people, and after having passed that step, just try to kind of suggest to them ways on how they can get involved. And it's not always going to work, but most of the times it will, and it's worth giving it a try. So, a few tips on how to keep community members active. Just remember, this is not going to work every single time, and many people, unfortunately, no matter how trivial they might sound, people don't always do them. Like, they don't always do these things for many reasons. So my suggestions are find local activist groups that might have things in common, or find something common with your project. Even if you don't have, at first glance, a mutual ground for collaborations, try to reach out and still find some common ground. The thing is that local activist group in general are already very sensitive to the social change topics, and they tend to kind of want to improve society in some way, so they will probably like to also find a way on how to collaborate. So just try to find some mutual ground. For example, in OpenStreetMap, which is always a database, a mapping project, we try to reach activists or organizations. And for example, if you'd like to do something related to accessibility, we'll get in touch with organizations that are occupied and are involved in these topics and try to find a common ground with them. So it's a good thing to kind of think about it and maybe reach out to some activist groups. Reach high school students. They are still in search of their passion and their direction, so they might discover it in your project. and also reach university students, especially universities that might have similar topics. And about these very young contributors, I'd like to also say that for them it's really important to create connections and to create networks. So just keep this in mind while you want to kind of get new people to engage your community. They are finishing their universities and they really want to create this base of networking that will help them in their future, to build their future and then their career. So you can use this in your advantage to kind of motivate them to be part of your community. Where while older contributors don't usually do this, they don't contribute to create a network. They already have a network. They usually do it just to give that to give back something to the community where they came from. So this is what pushes them to contribute usually. While use this trick with very young contributors or potential contributors. Empower people and include them in decision-making activities. Try to show people that you can give them responsibilities, you trust them, you need to empower people so they can get involved in a more deeper level. And also distribute responsibilities and let them see that they can make it. As long as they haven't gotten responsibilities and they haven't done something themselves, they are not going to realize it that, oh yes, I can do this. So it's worth kind of spending that energy, using that energy to kind of push people and cheer them to work toward something and let them see that they can make it. Try to give credit where credit is due, because this is a volunteer work and people a part of this credit and this, oh yeah, good work, don't really get so much back. So it's important to kind of let them know that they have done something good and they got their recognition. And also share results of the work whenever is possible, obviously. And it pays off to see that your volunteer work has had good results. So it's good to let them know that somehow whatever they have done as volunteers has been good and has helped the project, has helped the society in general, and it's good to know the results of your work. And last but absolutely not least, take the time to thank people or let them know that their work is appreciated and served for good. Thanking is never a bad thing in any case, so it's also a good tip for the free software communities as well. Just try to be thankful and to show that you are thankful for whatever someone has done for your community or your project. So, basically, communities are made of people. Just remember, it takes lots of work, it takes lots of energy, and most of all, it takes lots of empathy. And please just remember that these are not changes that will happen overnight. It's not something that you start today and tomorrow you have the solution, everything is solved. And don't do one of these things and expect results, because unfortunately it's not going to work like that. Just remember, this is not a science, this is not a program. Programs are not going to help for specifically this thing, and it's just human contact. And I know that some of you might say, well, I'm a volunteer, I don't have all this time to dedicate to, getting so many people on board and helping them each step of the way. The thing is that you don't have to do every single thing. Just like you don't have to do one thing and then expect results, you don't have to do every single thing and on your own. The core of it is just care about the people that you work, collaborate with, and just show them that you care. And you'll see that sooner or later you are going to be paid back for this energy that you've put on. So, diversity, equity, and inclusion. For those who might not be familiar with the term, is basically empowering people by respecting and appreciating what makes them different in terms of background, family status, gender identity, marital status, sex, sexual orientation, native language, age, ability, race, ethnicity, national origin, socioeconomic status, religion, geographic location. Ooh, seems complicated when you see it like that, right? Well, happy to say that it all boils down to diversity and inclusion is about fair treatment, connecting with each other, opportunity for all, and value and respect. Simple, right? Much simpler now. So yeah, this is what it boils down to. It's important to basically treat everyone the same way, no matter who and where and what they are, no matter what, just treat everyone the same way that you'd like to be treated, which is good. Everyone wants to be treated good. So unfortunately, we don't have the time to go in a very deep analysis of diversity and inclusion topics, which I would love to. But I just want to tell you that if you think that you have learned enough about diversity, equity, and inclusion, you are making a mistake. It's an always evolving topic, and please just try to kind of keep up and just try to learn something about it. And the other thing is that if you don't know enough and if you avoid this topic because you think that you don't know enough, it's also a mistake, because you can always learn something new, and it's always good to ask, and it's not always and it's not bad to be mistaken. Even if you make a mistake, don't worry about it, just try to learn more, and that's the most important and the only important thing. As long as a mistake is done in good faith, in good faith, it's totally fine. Just try to learn about the topic, and it's a good start to have more friendly, more welcoming, and more inclusive communities. So, I saw this expression that I want to share with you. So, after all, what is a community? I'm going to read it to you. An apartment is just a physical place. It eventually becomes home when people breathe, love, discuss, argue, celebrate, and share it. In the same way, an open source project eventually becomes a true community when its contributors fill it with passion and joy. So, open source communities, free software communities are a big family of so many people sharing, experiencing, and living throughout this journey together. So just don't forget that, and try to enjoy contributing to projects, try to have fun, and try to be kind to each other as much as possible. I would like to conclude my presentation with the words of a very huge, great woman. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Thank you. Obviously, I'm available for questions either now or around the venue. I'm always happy to chat, so yeah, please.
Thank you, Anissa, for excellent sharing. I wanted to know, could you kindly share the most impressive moment in your experience of open source?
The most exciting?
Most impressive.
Impressive. It's a very recent one. So I'm going to share a story that has two parts. So basically in 2017, in 2016 I started contributing to OpenStreetMap that I mentioned earlier. Yeah. And in 2017 I was a scholar to attend the State of the Map conference, which is the annual conference for OpenStreetMap. And I went to Japan and I did a presentation and I talked about community building and I shared the experience of what we were doing back in Albania. And there I met lots of people and I got so excited and so enthusiastic, and it pushed me a lot for the next few years to contribute more to the project. What happened is that in 2022, so that was the first time I attended the event. In 2022, this August, I organized the event and I was the lead organizer for the local team. So the same conference that a few years ago I attended as a scholar, in very few years I, I basically organized. And while there, I did my first presentation about community building in that community. In 2022, in August, I did another presentation where I told all about my work working with OpenStreetMap Italy. And it was really exciting for me because it kind of showed me that you can really start small and very soon you can just grow very much in these communities, and your contributions are really very much appreciated. And I really hope that this will motivate other people to kind of work towards their passion and what they like. So yeah, I think that was a very highlighting moment in my life. Thank you for the very nice question.
Yeah, thank you. I can imagine and feel that the moment. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, please. So the idea is that high school students have time, and they are going through a phase in their life that they are going to just experience many things. I think that it's a good idea to kind of show them different ways of contributing. Possibly, if you know more than one project, also show them different projects and try to see what ticks more, what they like more, and try to guide them, because what stops most of the contributors, the new contributors, is the fear of making a mistake. So just try to be close by, and not all the time just stay over their head and say, oh, what are you doing? Just be available. You don't really have to just check everything they do as a list. Just be available in case they need help. And you don't really have to do much more apart of that, because they are going to discover everything themselves. They need to experience and experiment a few things before really getting into something. Just be patient. Just be patient, yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your question. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I have to tell you, not an easy one to respond. Actually, this is also one thing that we are facing in the project that I'm working on in Italy, how to keep community members active or new contributors active. And it's always part of this guiding and helping them kind of approach. You just really need to kind of be there. Then, of course, it also depends from many external factors, because, you know, if someone really wants to contribute, but at some point they have a full-time job, or, I don't know, a full-time job and kids and another thing that they are doing, then it of course gets hard. That's why also being kind of strategic on people that you try to involve might also be helpful. For example, the students that might have a bit more time and they want to create networks, so they are going to stay there, or people who at a certain age, for example, they find this as their main hobby and they dedicate lots of time. For example, we have lots of people in the Italian communities that are like older ages, and they kind of tend to really have lots of time to dedicate to the project, and they are very nice contributors because they are always available and active and experienced, actually. Because one thing is important, not only the new contributors are important, the old contributors are obviously so important, and they are the most solid part of your community. So let's just not forget, a part of bringing new people, to also keep the old ones, like keep a very good connection to them. Yeah, thank you. So whenever you feel like asking, discussing, proposing something, I'll be around and really happy to chat. Reach out, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anisha Kuching. And after this, we are having a break for lunch, and we continue at 2 p.m. And right, have a nice break. Thank you.
Thank you.
and adjust the properties to to get the contract agreements, declaration, virtually anything ready. And it's possible to share the ready forms and fill them out digitally. And if needed, the forms can also be exported to PDF. So our approach to digital forms allows implementing the ability to encrypt them. So we are planning to add recipient roles for field filling, and this way we'll be able to implement electronic signatures for signing both the entire documents with all the fields and only the certain field groups. So we also provide forms library with multiple templates in different languages. All forms here are absolutely free to use. And moreover, using our API, it's possible to embed an online form into your website, making it available for filling and downloading as PDF. With the document editor, users can perform all usual operations with text, apply complex formatting, including academic features such as table of contents or cross-references, and as well as work with all kinds of objects. And JavaScript makes it possible to extend functionality of OnlyOffice Docs by adding plugins. Any developer can build their own plugin and connect the third-party service to the editors. At the moment, lots of plugins are available by default. For example, users can edit images, highlight code syntax, translate text, get doc content as HTML, etc. And what's more, the brand new plugin manager allows installing a plugin with just one click without leaving the editors. Spreadsheet editor allows automating calculations and achieving accurate results by choosing from over 400 available functions and formulas. Users can get the instruments needed for filtering, sorting, and analyzing data and identifying trends. And to automate common and repetitive tasks in spreadsheets, we provide macros based on JavaScript language. Presentation editor allows creating presentations using a wide selection of formatting tools, objects, and style options. And ready-made transitions and animations will make presentations more interactive. To save time, there is an option to group any number of objects and apply settings in bulk. And with presenter view mode, users can add notes and highlight important speech parts and comfortably navigate through slides while making a presentation. OnlyOffice allows users to turn any document, spreadsheet, or presentation into PDF, including also fillable PDF forms. The recently upgraded PDF viewer features navigation panel and support for external and internal links. Besides, it's possible to convert PDF files to docx for further editing, and vice versa. And a complete PDF editor is also on our roadmap. With OnlyOffice Docs, you can read and the uploaded ebooks or create your own using multiple styling and formatting tools, table of contents and figures, footnotes, hyperlinks, and many other features. Mendeley and the Zotero plugins allow inserting bibliographies and citations, choosing the required style. And when the ebook is ready, it's possible to export the created file to EPUB or FB2, which are supported by most of the book readers. And OnlyOffice allows you to integrate the editors for file viewing. This way, users will be able to view around 50 file types without modifying document data. In the latest Docs update, we also added the live viewer, which allows users to see the changes made by other users in real time when opening a document, spreadsheet, or presentation in the view-only mode. And by setting different combinations in the specified config parameter, it's possible to enable a live or offline, which is common, viewer, or with or without the ability to switch to one another viewing mode. With the OnlyOffice Document Builder, it's an open source C++ library. You're able to generate and modify text documents, spreadsheets, and presentations, and forms, and PDFs without running actual editor. So the tool allows automating document building using templates or inserting the data from the database. Using the JavaScript API, Document Builder can be integrated into an application written in any programming language. And with the latest update, we fully upgraded the native OnlyOffice Document Builder API to make document generation more comfortable using JavaScript commands instead of text commands. Moreover, we added the Net Doc Renderer library, which allows working with the Doc Builder API in your Net-based application. And last but not least, using our API, it's possible to convert all kinds of documents. So it's more than 50 formats available, including text, sheets, slides, forms, PDFs, and ebooks. Initially, OnlyOffice was created for organizing collaborative work, so that's why collaboration is one of our key superpowers. For document collaboration, this suite provides paragraph blocking and real-time co-editing modes. Users can leave comments with mentions, review and track changes, control version history. Also, real-time communication between several people can be enhanced thanks to built-in chat and also a Telegram plugin. And with the Jitsi and Rainbow plugins, it's possible to make audio and video calls right in the editors. When working on big spreadsheets together, also sheet views are available. This option allows creating a filter that only changes the view of like your personal view of the data without affecting other collaborators in a spreadsheet. And you can also save the sheet views for later as presets, and others will be able to access them. I really want to share some specific filtering presets for a spreadsheet. What's important while working on the same document and on the same server, each user can activate any feature or choose any modes independently of all other users. So this freedom of editing for each one is activated thanks to client-side performance. And no user data is stored on OnlyOffice server also. The native formats for OnlyOffice are Office Open XML formats. This helps reach maximum compatibility with docx, XLSX, and PPTX files and avoid issues in format conversion. Along with Office Open XML files, OnlyOffice users can work with all popular file formats, including those for text documents such as HTML, ODT, RTF, TXT, etc. And for digital forms, we use our own formats, docxf and allform. Since standard formats didn't allow us to bring all the ideas into life, docxf is based on docx, is a form template which you can edit and collaborate on, while allform is a created, ready to fill out form that you share with other users, which they can fill in, but they cannot edit like the text body and like the general concept in it. And of course, we also support working with forms in PDF. Among supported formats for spreadsheets, there are also XLSX, XLS, XLTX, OTS, ODS, CSV, and for presentations, PPSX, POTX, OTP, ODP. Okay, now a little bit about customization options. Customization options include various interface themes, first of all, which are currently light, classic-like, light, dark, and dark contrast, and also the dark document mode, which is activated separately. The dark themes basically allow you to comfortably work in low light environments, and some users just generally prefer them. And it's also possible to use same as system setting to sync the theme with your system. And what's more in usability, there are multiple scaling options for comfortable work with small HDPI monitors. And for developers, there are even more opportunities to adjust the editor interface using API. For example, you can make the top header compact or extended, and you can hide the right side menu on first loading and do many other things. And data security is, of course, a crucial question for everyone who works with documents online. So OmniOffice provides a comprehensive level of security for online document editing and collaboration. It runs on your private network, so it gives you full control over your data. HTTPS protocol encrypts your traffic. JSON WebSocket protects documents from unauthorized access, and it's possible to restrict copying, downloading, and printing, and set flexible access rights, enable watermarking, apply a password protection, and electronic signatures. And moreover, there is also end-to-end encrypted editing and collaboration available in the form of private rooms, where every symbol you type is encrypted using unbreakable AES-256 algorithm. So you can embed OmniOffice Docs into your own solution and bring document processing, building, or viewing to your app users. Let's discover additional perks for developers. So first of all, OmniOffice seamlessly fits any web application, no matter what language it's written in, such as Net, Java, Java Spring, Node.js, PHP, Python, Ruby, etc. And OmniOffice can also be integrated with the React, Angular, and Vue front-end frameworks using framework components. These components provide ready-to-use code modules, standardized front-end technologies, and reusable interface blocks, making the process of building user interfaces faster and easier. And it's also, no matter what deployment model you use, you can integrate Docs into your software as a service or into your on-premise solution. And OmniOffice is suitable for any integration scenario, be it document and content management systems, CRM systems, e-learning platforms, mail or project management software, etc. You can, the users can easily edit and collaborate on any iOS or Android smartphone or tablet by switching to the mobile app version, to mobile web version of the editors, or using the mobile application. And desktop editors for offline editing are also available. Speaking about architecture, our experience showed that OmniOffice Document Server, one server with like 4-core CPU, 8 gigabyte RAM, 8 gigabyte swap, and 150 gigabyte SSD is enough for 1,000 simultaneously edited documents. So such test script assumes that every 4 seconds changes are made to all documents. So like to 250 changes per second for each 1,000 connections. And every 60 seconds, like 9 to 10% of connections are closed, and documents are sent to the server for converting and building. So this basically means 90 to 100 closed connections for each 1,000 of them, and the same number of new connections are being created. So this is kind of close to reality model. And so during the such an 1-hour test, like it was 5,931 documents were sent for conversion and building. There are 2 main ways of integrating OmniOffice Docs with any cloud service, using OmniOffice Integration API and using a WOPI protocol. Both API and WOPI require building a connector, but the main advantage of our API is that all the features available in the editors will be available for integration. For WOPI, some integration options and actions are not available and at the moment are under development, but nonetheless we continue to extend and improve both integration ways for OmniOffice Docs so that everyone could have an opportunity to integrate our editors in the way they prefer. So our API allows integrating online editors and various productivity solutions and content management applications, which in turn allows users to create, open, edit, and co-author the documents right within the platform they're using. So integration of OmniOffice Docs into third-party services, it requires an additional translator agent for establishing the data stream. This role here is played by a connector, which is a special app that is functioning like a bridge between two applications. So using the API of both solutions, the integration app, first it converts data such as information about file formats, owners, dates, locations, and so on. It requests information about users and the access rights they're granted. Processes commands for actions with files such as conversion using handlers. I assigns various requests such as the ones for Jude. And on the user side, also the app adds the following components. First of all, it's the configuration unit or like settings directory in the app, which allows setting up the connection with OmniOffice document server and define editor parameters. Also the editor stage itself, and different buttons and handlers for operations with files. So we create such connectors using API ourselves, like a few examples of WordPress, Jira, Strapi, Moodle, Fresco, Nextcloud, etc. And also our partners and integrators also build their own connectors. Among these are, for example, cFile, Video, Agorum, OpenOLED, XWiki, etc. Among ready-to-use WOPI integrations are PowerPoint, which has built-in WOPI functionality. In cooperation with OwnCloud, we also building a custom WOPI integration for OwnCloud Infinite Scale. And besides our partners FileCloud and OpenKM have already embedded OmniOffice Docs via WOPI. And since the last update, we added an ability to connect files to external interfaces directly using a library of new methods. So directly, meaning that you get changes made in those files using your own custom interface elements instead of operating on the Office Docs interface within your app. This is done through creation of a connector class and a document editor object using the create connector method. It provides methods for executing editor commands, operating events, and also managing the connector. For example, you can create a comment box in your interface to collect comments in the file, or you can design a web form and you can fill in the old form files using it, using just your completely custom, your completely own interface for it. But please take into consideration that this option only available in the advanced API package. So now let me show you a few examples of how organizations around the world use OmniOffice Docs in the apps. For example, recently a team of Innovazione Digitale integrated OmniOffice in their C360 platform to create a complete replacement to Microsoft 365 and give users some kind of experience from some kind of independence from tech giants. Also, the PIC, which is Internet and Citizenship Project in France, the team aims to make the Internet useful for democratic and social development outside of commercialized platforms. So the PIC Association advises its members to use their own CMS of their choice if they care about supporting it, and if it's an open source software, and in their work they use servers that they administer themselves, all under GNU Linux. And to enable collaborative online document editing, the PIC users and makes available OmniOffice within Nextcloud, protected from the prying-eyes of GIFM. And another interesting case is the China National Knowledge Infrastructure team, that publishes digital academic materials and provides knowledge management for the educational sector in China. They integrated OnlyOffice Docs into their own system. This way, users are able to preview online documents while data is protected from unauthorized distribution. So if this all sounds interesting and relevant to you, and there's a scenario in your head that suits your needs, you're welcome to visit our official page on GitHub and learn more and check the source code of all the OnlyOffice components. So you can use the QR code here or use the link on the slide. And yeah, in case you don't have a practical application of our technology right away, we still would love to collaborate with anyone interested in open source and open source software development. So we invite you to join the OnlyOffice community. We can provide you, we can promise you will find multiple options to use your skills and get a valuable experience with us. So thanks a lot for your attention. I'm ready to hear the questions, and you can also contact us anytime in our official website, forum, or our social media channels. Thank you. Okay. So my colleague didn't send me any questions from the chat. I don't see the YouTube chat from here. So, okay. If there are no questions at the moment, I will finish. I think we also took a bit longer time to prepare here. So, okay. So just in case, here are the contacts, and you can reach out anywhere. We're gonna be glad to connect. Thank you, and wish good luck to the next presenter, and wish everyone a nice conference day. Bye-bye.
Of my presentation is what's in a font. So my day job is I'm managing part of the desktop team at Red Hat. Why am I talking about fonts? Ever since I was a math student back in the 90s, I got deeply involved with tech and LaTeX, and became very fond of working on typography and everything related to typesetting. That has stuck with me ever since then. Nowadays, if I'm not managing people at Red Hat, I maintain GTK, and I'm also the main contributor to Pango, which is the library that is doing the text rendering for GTK, which explains why I feel qualified to talk about fonts. So fonts, where to start? At the end of the day, the ultimate goal of a font, or the purpose of a font, is to provide the images that we use to show all the glyphs that we need for rendering text, either on screen or while printing. And whenever we talk about images, They can be either stored as bitmaps or in a more sophisticated way by specifying vectors and splines and doing something like SVG. And for fonts, if you do the simple approach, you end up with bitmap fonts, which just store each glyph as an image, and there's actually pixels stored in the font. The typical formats you have for bitmap fonts are something like PCF or BDF, and PK is the format that TeX is using for its bitmap fonts. The advantage of storing plain bitmap in the font is that it's very easy to render it on screen. You just copy the pixels from your font, from the glyph, into your frame buffer, and then you're done. The downside is that this is resolution dependent, so if your screen gets much bigger and you want twice as many pixels for your glyphs, then you need a different font, because there's a fixed size of pixels for each glyph in the font. And nowadays, the modern equivalent of bitmap fonts is probably the one that we are most familiar with, is emoji, color emoji, which are most often currently stored as by embedding little PNG images in the font. But it's the same idea. You just have pixels, and nowadays they also have color. Right. As I said, the advantage of this is that it's very easy to render bitmap fonts. So that was a very appropriate way of going about this back when computers didn't have a lot of computing power to spend on rendering, and when screens didn't have super high resolution. So having bitmaps fonts for that was a fine solution. But nowadays, and if you want to have many different sizes of a font, the memory requirements of bitmap fonts quickly explode, because you need a different font for each size and for each resolution. So nowadays, generally, the fonts we use are scalable fonts. The advantage of that is that you only need a single font, and then you can render the glyphs in whatever resolution you need. So you only store the glyph outlines once. The downside is that you need to spend a little more computing power to actually render the glyphs when you need them. But computers are more than powerful enough nowadays to do that, so it's not a problem. And I have a little illustration here that maybe gives some impression how this actually looks in practice. Here you can see the actual outlines of the glyph, and what's stored in the font is the splines, like these are Bezier curves, and you can see there's some points are on the contour, and then you have two control points between for each segment. So you end up with a cubic polynomial Bezier spline here that defines the outline. Right. So now I'm going to take you on a little bit of a historical tour, very old history, actually almost as old as me, to explain a little bit, and I need this as background for explaining why the fonts that we use currently are the way they are. So back in the 80s, Adobe was founded in, I think, 84 as a spin-off from Xerox PARC. They took the page description language that later ended up being called PostScript and made that a product. And the desktop publishing revolution, I guess, took off at that point. Laser printers were available for the first time, so you could use your little desktop computer, which wasn't very powerful back then, and probably used bitmap fonts for rendering text on screen. And then you could send a PostScript file to your printer, and it would use scalable fonts that were stored in the printer. And there was a PostScript interpreter that was running in the printer, because laser printers were very big and powerful machines back then compared to desktop computers. And Adobe made a lot of money back then by licensing the PostScript interpreter to printer manufacturers. And they also kept tight control of the font format that was used in PostScript, Type 1. There was a proprietary format that only Adobe could really publish fonts in. And that was the situation in the 80s. And around the same time, Apple was developing its own format for scalable fonts called TrueType. And Microsoft also adopted that format later on. there's some differences between type 1 and true type. One that I list down here is that type 1 fonts use cubic splines. I showed you on the last slide, I showed you the outline, and a cubic spline has 2 control points for each segment, so you end up with a, as I said, a cubic polynomial which can look like this. And true type fonts are a little simpler. They only use quadratic splines, so you only have a single control point, and you have a little less flexibility in the specification of the outlines, but it's a bit easier to rasterize quadratic Bezier curves rather than cubic Bezier curves. Back then that might have been an important consideration. Nowadays it's a trivial difference that we don't really care about anymore. Yes, but basically there was what is now called the font wars. There was a battle for dominance between type 1 fonts and true type fonts, and eventually in the early 90s both Apple and Microsoft came out, I think with macOS System 7 and Windows 3.1 both included true type fonts as their rendering system for on-screen fonts. And at that time it became clear that Adobe basically had lost these wars, and that true type fonts were going to be used on screen. And then later on, true type fonts also could be sent to printers, and there was like I think an interpreter that was written so that basically the PostScript interpreter could also handle true type fonts. And yeah, moving into the 90s, both Apple and Microsoft tried to improve their font rendering technology to make it able to handle more than just Western scripts. Apple developed something called TrueType GX, which they later renamed to Apple Advanced Typography, AAT. There was a system that had some nice features, like it could automatically handle ligatures and could do things like optical margins, which is a very fine typographic feature where you line up the glyphs at the left or right margin, and you don't like line them all up at the exact same pixel, but you like sometimes let glyphs hang out a little bit so that it looks better, even though it's not tactically at the same position. And AAT also had something called font variations, where you can have a single font that can seamlessly provide different weights or different widths of the same glyphs. Microsoft, I think, tried to license these extensions from Apple, but failed. And so then they started developing their own extensions. They called that TrueType Open. Later renamed it to OpenType. And OpenType was focusing on handling many different writing systems. Like they have built-in support for what they call language systems, and they can handle lining up of different baselines. Like if you combine Western scripts and say something like Tibetan script, you end up with glyphs that have different baselines. So you need to have enough information in the font to be able to line these things up properly. And OpenType provides that, and beyond that, it also has features for complex positioning and substitutions, which is also things you need if you render complex Asian scripts and have lots of diacritics that you need to position on top of other glyphs. And beyond that, OpenType also has a well-developed system for providing layout features and letting the font support different layout features. And yeah, what else was I going to say here? Yeah, Microsoft started developing OpenType, but by the time I think they published the first OpenType specification, that was in '96, Adobe had started to contribute to OpenType as well, because they had more or less lost the font wars, so they kind of needed to figure out a way to stay relevant. And for that reason, OpenType ended up being more or less a merger of Type 1 and TrueType fonts. So nowadays, features of both font types are present in OpenType. And yeah, before I'm moving on, a quick comparison of the approaches in AAT in the Apple technology and in Microsoft's OpenType. AAT is the fonts in AAT provide pretty explicit instructions, and you can have state machines for things like kerning, which means that the AAT renderer can simply execute the instructions and run the state machines. So it's a pretty simple thing to do. So the renderer is in tendency is very simple, and the font contains a lot of complexity. Whereas in OpenType, the hints it's a lot more declarative hints, and the interpreter needs to have, or the renderer needs to have intelligence to interpret these properly. So you could say that if for OpenType you need a complex renderer, but the fonts can be a lot simpler. I think that might explain why OpenType was a lot more successful in terms of having lots of fonts developed in that format, because it's just a lot easier than doing AAT types. You don't need to know as much about the font format to make a working OpenType font. Right. Now, diving a little deeper into some of the features of OpenType, I already said it was defined jointly by Microsoft and Adobe back in the 90s. And later on, it was actually standardized by the ISO. There's like an international standard that more or less is just OpenType. And as I said, it's a bit of like a merger of TrueType and Type 1 fonts, which means that you can use both quadratic or cubic Béziers, whichever you prefer. And it's not necessarily always a great thing. Like if you merge different technologies and allow everything from both sides in the standard, you end up with a system that's optimized for making it easy to convert Type 1 fonts into OpenType fonts or convert TrueType fonts into OpenType fonts. But it's not necessarily easy for somebody who wants to handle these fonts, because you need to be prepared for finding lots of different things inside a font. It could be a TrueType feature, it could be a Type 1 feature, and sometimes there's overlap that makes it hard to handle all the variations you see. And yeah, this is a quick impression of, I mentioned that OpenType has a registry of, has a lot of registered tags for layout features. This is just a quick dump of what's in that registry. It's on the Microsoft website if you want to take a look. As you can see, there's lots of them, well over 100 registered features. Unfortunately, it is somewhat hard to know. Like, I mean, all of these, if you click on, and these are actually links in the spec, and if you click on any of them, you get a paragraph that explains what this feature is supposed to do and how you're supposed to use it and how you're supposed to expose it in your UI. But sometimes there can be complex interactions between different features, and it's not always obvious how they are supposed to be used or how you're supposed to present them in the user interface. So that makes it a little hard for both a font developer to know which of these features are worth spending time on and which of these are just good ideas that somebody had at some point, but they are not important because no font renderer in the world will handle it. And on the other side, for people working on text rendering, it can be hard to know which of these features are actually worth spending time on, because there's fonts that have these features implemented, or which of these were just something that somebody in the 90s was working on in a single font that back then was maybe important, but nowadays doesn't exist anymore. So that's a lot of complications with actually making this useful. And as a little case study for these complications, I want to talk briefly about superscripts. Superscripts are obviously a useful thing if you want to number your footnotes, or if you want to write a mathematical formula, then you may need superscripts that go up several levels, or you may also need subscripts for complex formula. And there's different ways you can go about this. Unicode specifies code points for superscript characters, like at least for the digits. There's like the superscript 1 here, and then you can find all the other decimals, and there's a few other characters that have a superscript variant, like the plus sign and the minus sign. So that's one way that works. If the font you're using has those code points as glyphs, then you can just use them, and they will work. The OpenType layout registry has a feature called sups. I should maybe briefly say that each feature name is 4 ASCII characters. That's because internally inside the font they are stored as a 32-bit integer, and these are 4 bytes. That's the way you can like translate feature names into 32-bit integers quickly. So that's why they are all 4 characters and sometimes look a little weird. So this is the superscript feature, and yeah, you can use that in Pango. Pango markup lets you specify font features, so you can use it like this, and then you can like instruct Pango that the 1, 2, and 3 should be raised up as a superscript. Of course, this depends on whether the font actually implements this feature or not. And if you read the OpenType spec, it says that this feature, SUPS, is supposed to provide superior figures for the decimals, like the Unicode that I already mentioned, but also for lowercase characters. So it's supposedly a little more coverage than what Unicode has. But you have to get lucky that the font that you're using actually implements it, and who knows. And then there's a third way you can go. There's a table inside OpenType fonts called the OS2 table, which was inherited from TrueType fonts. And that table contains metric information about fonts, and some of the metrics in there are related to superscripts. There's like a superscript size, which basically tells you if you have a font of a certain size, how much smaller do you need to make the characters to use them as superscripts. And then there's an offset that tells you how much do you need to raise them to put them into the superscript position, like this. Here you see that you get a size that is smaller than the size of the main font, and you get an offset that tells you how high you need to push the character. And this is nice because it works for every glyph. Like basically you can apply the size change to any character because it's a different font. You're using a different size of the same font. And you can also easily nest this. Like if you want to write a formula where you have a second level, like it's 3 to the 3rd power or something, you can just repeat the process and use the same metrics for the smaller font to build a whole tower of superscripts. Unfortunately, many fonts contain garbage for these values, so it's a bit of a mixed bag. There's several ways you can go, but none of them will work in all cases, and it depends on the font. This is the kind of complication that makes it very hard to expose some of these things as features that can be relied on by Pango or then by GTK. Right, another case study is I mentioned earlier when I talked about AAT that AAT introduced optical margin alignment, and the OpenType spec also has features defined for this. These are these 3 here, and I'm not going to read this whole paragraph here to you, but this is a comment from a leading font developer, John Houston, who commented on these 3 features and said basically they were put in the spec, in the OpenType spec back in '96 by Adobe, but probably nobody ever implemented them, and probably nobody can implement them because they don't make sense. They are kind of Adobe misunderstood how features were supposed to work back then, and put that in the spec, and well, it's there. Nowadays it is deprecated, but that happened in 2021, last year. So it was in the spec for 25 years, and nobody has ever implemented it, and nobody could implement it. And unfortunately, that is probably not the only example of that. If you go through the features one by one, you'll find more cases like this where the value of these registered features is somewhat unclear. But it is what it is, and we'll have to work with what we have. OpenType is nevertheless the dominant font format nowadays. Most of the fonts we use in our daily lives are OpenType fonts, and we just have to live with the limitations of the spec and the inconsistencies. But there's also positive things. I'm going to talk a little bit about some newer developments. One of these is font variations. I mentioned those 2 when I talked about AAT. Apple pioneered this in AAT, and then surprisingly they dropped it. I think in later versions of AAT, font variations are no longer present, but they were added in 2016 to OpenType. And yeah, font variations basically let the font designer define access for certain parameters, such as weight or width or the slant of the font, and then you can vary the axis, the values that you pick on this axis, and generate different instances of a font. As an example here, if you have a font that has both the weight and the width axis, then you have the typical different weight variations of the font, and they will lie somewhere in this coordinate space that is defined by these two axes. And yeah, this is just an example. I'm not sure if any concrete font would look like this, but there's a lot of flexibility here. And the OpenType spec also provides a way to actually define these named instances inside the font. So a font can basically predefine these coordinate positions and can say, if somebody asks for a heavy version of the font, use this weight value and this width value, and generate an instance from that. And I was actually going to try and do a little live demo of this, how this works in practice. This is the exciting part. It might work, or it might not work. No, it actually works. So this is a little application I've written over the last year or so that lets me play with various font features. And I've pre-selected here a version of the Canterville font, which is actually using font variations. There's only a single axis that you can see down here. There's a weight axis defined. Every axis, I should say, that has a minimum value and a maximum value and a default value. And then you can pick different values, and the font will react. As you can see, the glyphs get fatter or thinner, depending on what I do here. And there's also some named instances that are defined by the font itself that you can select in this way. And if you look at the slider while I'm changing the selection here of the named instance, you'll see that it's just a different value on this axis that gets selected as I change the named instances. And yeah, this view shows all the available named instances or styles next to each other. And all of this is done with a single font, so that's a nice, concise way of specifying a lot of different styles. And I was going to show one more example. Okay, this is a different font which has some more axes. If you look here in the variation sections, you can see there's a weight axis and a width axis. These, unfortunately, here in this case, the font does not provide nice end-user names. So we see the 4-character abbreviations. They follow the same principle as the feature tags I mentioned earlier. It's just 4 characters. That's why they look a little jumbled. And beyond these standard axes, this font also has quite a number of more experimental axes. And I was going to maybe play with one or two of them to show that there's different things you can influence in this way. Like this one controls, I guess, the X height of the lowercase characters. So you can see that there's a lot of flexibility in the system, and font designers have gotten very creative with exploring this and making fonts that actually have lots of interesting variations. Okay. Right. Another newer development in OpenType is colors. Ever since Unicode introduced emoji, I guess in 2010 or so, color fonts have become important because who could live without emoji nowadays? So we need color fonts. And there was a lot of development on this in the last 10 years or so. Unfortunately, every major vendor defined their own way of adding color to OpenType. As you can see here, Apple and Google took the traditional bitmap approach and just added color to the bitmaps. And Google chose to add a table that includes glyphs in PNG format, as I mentioned earlier. Apple defined a different table that can contain color images in various formats. It can be PNG or JPEG or TIFF. Adobe and Mozilla took a somewhat different approach. They defined a subset of the SVG spec and let you embed little SVG images for each glyph. And Microsoft took a more traditional approach, and they defined a table which is called color, which basically lets you specify a series of glyphs for a single character, and then they get rendered on top of each other, and you can pick a different color for each layer. So you end up with like multicolored renderings by rendering multiple layers, each layer with its own color. And in addition to that color table, there's a CPAL table which has color palettes. So you can the colors that get used for each layer here, they can come from a palette in this table, and that adds some flexibility for recoloring things on the fly. And I was going to do another little live demo of that. Okay. So, picking a different font here. This is called Rocher Color, and yeah. So obviously these are color glyphs, and this font is using the Microsoft approach of using layers. That each layer has a single color, and they get rendered on top of each other. And if I scroll down here to the in the sidebar to the color section, you can see that the font also has a number of different palettes. And if you change which palette gets used for the rendering, you get different colors here. There's one more thing I wanted to show here, that in this view you can actually see the different layers. If I click on this, here the application tells you that this glyph has 4 layers. If I click one more time, it'll like show just a single layer. So this is a layer 0 using color red, and then the next layer using a different color, barely visible here. Maybe you can see it as like a very light green. Maybe I need to use a different palette to make this more visible. Let's see. Yeah, so this is layer 0. Layer 1 has a different color, and then there's the layer 2 and layer 3. So, and these get all rendered one after the other to produce the end result. So that is how the Microsoft approach works. In theory, you can also specify, like the font can specify a palette to use by default for a light background or a dark background. Unfortunately, this font doesn't do that, so I can't demonstrate that. Yeah, before moving on from this, as I scroll up here, you'll see the variations again. There's actually, this font also uses font variations, and this is an example for using font variations for something other than just changing the shape of the glyphs. If I like move these things along, let me actually switch back to this view again. If I drag these axes, you can see that in this case the font variations get used to change the colors a little bit. So this one controls the size of the shadow here. So there's lots of experiments you can do, and font designers are doing. Right. Yeah. Back to this situation. As I said, every vendor went their own way here, and unfortunately, all of these things were just all dumped into the spec in 2015, 2016. So everything goes. Like as I said earlier, OpenType is a bit of a like an umbrella spec where like first Type 1 and TrueType were basically merged together by just putting everything in. And this is another example of that. Basically, all the ways you can specify color fonts are now officially standardized in this, which makes it a bit harder for like the text rendering stack to actually handle all the fonts that you might meet in the wild, because it could be any of these approaches. Right. There's actually active development going on currently on OpenType. The things that people are working on is there's a K missing, removing 64K limitations. Currently, the OpenType fonts can provide up to 64,000 or 65,000 glyphs, because a lot of numbers back in the 90s were specified as 16-bit integers. That made sense when space was at a premium. Nowadays, that's just a limitation that we inherited because the format hasn't been updated to modern standards. But people are working on removing these limitations. One place where that would be nice, for example, is something like the Google Noto fonts, which aim to cover all of Unicode. And if you want to really cover all of Unicode, you need more than 64,000 glyphs in a single font. Currently, the Noto fonts are shipped as this whole zoo of like 50 or 60 individual fonts which contain like just a single script, which works but makes it a little cumbersome in the font chooser. It would be much nicer if you had a single entry for just Noto. And with these limitations removed, that will be possible in the future. Other things that are being worked on for the future is making font variations a little more flexible in the way the axes are interpolated, and making it possible to apply variations to more parts of the font. Right, now I'm switching gears a little bit. I've talked a lot about fonts, and now I'm going to take a look at the libraries that we're using to actually use these fonts, and give you a quick overview of that. Right, Pango is the top-level library that GTK directly uses to render text, and Pango has support for rendering on Windows and macOS, but I'm not going to talk about that here. I'll focus on the libraries, on the Pango dependencies that we're using on Linux, and go through these dependencies one by one, and say a little bit about why each of them is there. Starting with the two libraries down here on the left, that is glib and FreeBD. Glib provides a lot of access to the Unicode character data, such as character types, character break types, which define after which character you can put a line break or like a word break, and other things such as script information, like Unicode is basically organized by scripts, like you have the Latin characters, then you have the Hebrew characters, and so on for all the world scripts. So that is information that glib provides. And there's other things like information about lowercasing, uppercasing, and normalization. All these things are provided by glib, and Pango needs them because it handles Unicode text. And FreeBD is a little more specialized. That's a library that provides an implementation of the Unicode bidirectional algorithm, which determines for a text string whether a segment gets rendered from left to right or from right to left, and how these things embed into each other. Pango needs that because it handles both left to right and right to left text, and also mixed combinations of that. FreeType is the low-level library that handles direct access to font formats, and also every aspect of rasterization. It takes the outlines, the splines that I mentioned earlier, out of a font and turns them into a bitmap, taking into account all the hinting information and things like subpixel geometry and subpixel positioning. All of that gets handled by FreeType. And FreeType provides an object called an FD face, which is what Pango bases its own font object on. That's going to be wrapped around a FD face object. In the future, we kind of want to get away from that and only directly depend on half-pass, but for now we're still using FreeType there. Moving up to the next row, FontConfig is a library that provides a database of the fonts on your system and lets you search through them and search by certain characteristics, like you can search by name or by weight and by size, all these kind of things. Half-pass is maybe the most important dependency here. That's a very central library. It provides shaping for Pango. Shaping is the process by which you take a string of characters, like a Unicode string, and you translate it into glyphs, depending on the font that you're using, and then you need to determine where each glyph gets positioned, like the positioning of the individual glyphs. That's all handled by half-pass. And nowadays, Pango tries to just be a thin wrapper around half-bus wherever we can, because half-bus is the one place in the text rendering stack that is actually seeing a lot of development activity. There's lots of people contributing to it, because all the major web browsers are using half-bus. None of them uses Pango because they don't really need that high-level formatting support, but they all use half-bus, and that's why there's lots of contribution there, and new development gets pushed into half-bus because web browsers are what currently is driving new development in this space. So, and we want to take advantage of that by, as I said, making Pango just a very thin wrapper so that we don't have to put much of our own effort into duplicating everything that's happening in half-bus with a wrapper in Pango. We just want to more or less benefit without doing duplicate work. The last library to mention here is Cairo, which is handling font rendering, and can render fonts on a Cairo surface, and it can handle color fonts as well. I should have mentioned that earlier. FreeType, as I said, handles the details of font formats, and it can also provide access to most of the color font variations that I mentioned earlier. It handles all of the bitmap fonts, PNGs, and whatever Apple is using, and it has callbacks that let you connect an SVG renderer for handling SVG type color glyphs, and it also has a callback for the Microsoft layer approach, like the color table. Cairo, there's a patch for Cairo to actually provide an SVG renderer that gets hooked up to FreeType, but there's no color table renderer. That's something that is missing. And with that, I'm going to wrap up by talking about where you can get involved here. Obviously, everywhere is the correct answer. Like most open source projects, Pango and the libraries that I listed earlier are all very understaffed. I'm more or less the only person working on Pango, and most of the other libraries are also in a not highly maintained state except for half-bus. So help is needed everywhere, but that's not a very useful answer, so I'll try to say a little more about that. One thing that would be really useful is working on font quality. With that I mean some of the things I mentioned earlier. For many of the free fonts that are available, they don't implement a lot of the OpenType features. It would be nice to add more coverage there, implement the commonly useful features, and also making sure that the features that are implemented properly and actually work well as they are meant to work. And figuring out ways to test that automatically, having some CI for that would be very useful. And something I actually ran into while preparing for this talk is it is not easy to find fonts with certain characteristics. Like I was looking for examples for the font variation, so I had to go through all the fonts on my system to find one that has multiple access. And this kind of information is hard to come by. Having some kind of database or using maybe the package databases to add this information about fonts would be very valuable for people working on font rendering, just so you can find examples of certain features. Like if I want to implement, I don't know, superscript handling or some Arabic final glyph variation, I need a font that actually has those features implemented, and where do I find it? The next thing that will be very useful, I mentioned that earlier, is a renderer for the Microsoft layer format. I did not say that back then, I forgot. The color table comes in two versions. Like the old version, the original version that Microsoft added in 2015 is very simple. Like as I said, it's a series of layers. Each layer has one color, and that format gets handled out of the box by FreeType today, so that's why I could show you an example of a font that has that. But there's a newer version of this table specified, which adds a lot of compositing and enough complexity to make it match the SVG variant. Basically, you can define how these layers get combined in more complex ways, so that it is as powerful as the SVG table approach. And we don't have a renderer for that. That would be a very useful addition, because Google recently added support for this version of the color table to Chrome. So I would expect that the Note fonts are probably going to switch to this format sooner or later, and then we lack a renderer for it, which would be unfortunate. And last not least, make good use of fonts in apps. If you're working on an application and you're almost certainly using text in your UI, and using just a font without thinking about it is good enough in most cases, but paying some attention to the features that I showed off here can make a little bit of different, can refine the user experience, and most of your users will not notice it, but the people who work on the text rendering stack, like me, who care about typography, will be very happy if we see good use of the fonts. That makes it worthwhile to work on it if it's actually used. And yeah, that's what I had to say about fonts. I have a list of references here. Most of the historical information came from this first link here, a very useful write-up of the old history. And then there's the OpenType specification that I had various excerpts of. And the one quote I had from John Houston came from the OpenType issue tracker. And half-pass is very important. Last not least, the slides that I used here are also on GitHub. And with that, I'll ask for questions. Yeah. Any questions? If not, you can also, of course, find me later. Yes.
The scalable fonts that you mentioned in the first few slides, that use control things for the curves to happen in the fonts. How do you encode that, and what's the difference between that and SVGs?
I couldn't tell you in detail how it's encoded. Like the font formats are all very like space constrained. They all come from the 80s, so they are very compact binary tables that contain this information in as little space as possible. And when we work on Pango, we try to not think too much about that, because FreeType handles that for us, so we don't really have to worry. And it is very similar. It's essentially the same thing that you have if you have a path in SVG. Like SVG has the same spline representation for paths. And yeah, it is very similar, basically the same thing. And you would use the same technologies that you use for implementing SVG for rendering fonts. And yeah. All right. If there's no other questions now, then thank you all for coming. And
thank you to Mr. Matthias Klassen for your presentation just now. After this, we have a short break, and we return about 3:40 p.m. and reserve for the evening session. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. So I just add a lightning talk, so to just short sharing. So my idea is would like to tell you how to find your passions in open source community. Actually, I just share my experience or my community experience. Oh, okay. Okay. So my name is Sammy Fong. I come from Hong Kong. So you can find me on any social network with the nickname Sammy Fong. I am one of the GNOME Asia Committee since 2013 to helping different cities to organize the GNOME Asia Summit. In Hong Kong, I am also the founder of Open Source Hong Kong Open Source Conference, and PyCon Hong Kong as well. I am a new board member at the GNOME Foundations, and I also a new fellow member at the Python Software Foundation as well. And I am also a Mozilla representative. These are all my volunteer words. So we can ask ourselves, what do you want? So what if the community is not exist? I suggest you can start it, just like you can start your local community for open source or one of the open source projects, just like in Hong Kong. Actually, Open Source Hong Kong, I can say is almost the only one open source community in Hong Kong. I did not start the Open Source Hong Kong over 10 years ago. Actually, is low open source community in Hong Kong. So if you want a community happens in your city, so you should start your own one to meet with some other friends, so who are also sharing the passions in open source as well. So you should not mind the size of the community. You can start from small. And my experience in Open Source Hong Kong Open Source Conference, and PyCon Hong Kong, because there's no such things in Hong Kong. So I started the Hong Kong Open Source Conference in 2013 after a successful GNOME Asia Summit hosted in Hong Kong in 2012. So you can see that if you can host GNOME Asia Summit in your city, actually you can also organize other local events as well. And in 2015, I also started the PyCon Hong Kong because I am a Python developer. And with it is nobody to share something, just like if you find no one to share something in your own language to talk about how to install something or how to fix something. So you can share in your own board or write some documentations, or you find an English document to tell you how to install something. You can do the translation as well. So it doesn't need any very technical skills to do the contributions. And also you can join some L10N localizations project as well to translate the interface of any open source software into your own language as well. And maybe sometimes you just try a software quickly, and maybe you only got some maybe 10 steps to remind how to install something is a quick looks. You can also just share your quick look on internet, on GitHub, or on your board, so someone can search it on internet and then to get the advantage from you. And And I can also share my experience about giving a talk to request for open weather data at Barcamp Hong Kong. Yeah, Barcamp Hong Kong is a ad hoc event, so you can just submit your topic at the sessions wall, and then you can get the sessions. So I just share my pain point about how to gather some weather data from Hong Kong department, something like that. And I tell, with it have some open data available, you can help the developer to develop any kind of applications over the weather data. And then Hong Kong, the Secretary Office of Hong Kong Legislative Council invited me to talk about the open data to their staff, so they can learn how to do the open data. So you can find that if you give a talk and then upload your slide on the internet, actually you can find any opportunity to make things happen. And also, if you are looking for some new feature on existing systems, you can try to build as well. This is something like open source. So I would like to share another story about open source project in Hong Kong. So actually, when I attend the Matthias phone sessions, I just inspired this story. This story is about the one of the Hong Kong Chinese phone, which is open source. The most special thing is that all of their contributors are Hong Kong seniors. Is all retired. Or retired persons actually. So why they would like to they would like to contribute to the Hong Kong Chinese phone project, because the phone used on the Hong Kong textbook is different than the computer phone. So you can find this tool. This is the system default phones. The system's default Chinese phone, and this one is actually the phone contributed by the Hong Kong seniors. This phone is called Free Hong Kong phone, which free in Cantonese is 自由香港自營, which means free is freedom Hong Kong and phones. Yeah, because open source is a kind of free software as well. We also consider the software freedoms, so why the project team named this Free Hong Kong phones. Because Hong Kong local students, they are grandsons, granddaughter, using some textbook, so they can communicate with the their grandkid to talk about the Chinese characters. So it also can be a communication speech between the seniors and also the children. Yeah. So they can communicate in different generations. So actually the questions, what do you want? It becomes your passion to do something. So I just saw some examples. My last slide is that it's easy to be an open source user. You can also contribute back to the open source community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanmi. Next presenter is Christy from the GNOME Foundation.
It's pretty obvious what I'm talking about. So I'd like to briefly talk on hosting the GNOME Asia in your country. We would love to go literally in every country in GNOME Asia, so this is why I'm currently right now here asking you that if you'd like to have this type of event in your country, we would be very willing to offer our support. Well, I will quickly talk about like what is GNOME Asia. It's basically the biggest gathering of all our contributors that are in Asia, and it's an annual event. It happens once every year. And here are some benefits on why you should host this event. First, it helps you to create new connections and build a community. So if you would like to create your own local team or your local group in your country or your city, this is a great chance to do so. Get to know GNOME community in a deeper level. We, especially before the pandemic, we had a lot of people from Europe, United States joining us, and in this way you could have more information on different GNOME technologies, different GNOME projects, and it was really a very good opportunity to catch up with all the work that's happening in GNOME. After organizing the event, after a few contributions, you will become a member, and this means that memberships have the opportunity to travel and present in different conferences and talk about GNOME technologies, which is one of the benefits of also being a GNOME member. And I want to mention that you are not alone in this, so don't get scared that, hey, it might be too much for you, or if you don't have the resources, because we as GNOME Foundation are here to support you in any aspect, to make it possible and to make it work, and we will help you with everything, so don't panic about that. And the most important one, we are a lot of fun, and it's so good to also experience that in your city and in your country. Will bring joy and some good laughs, so it's good to host us all there. And if you are interested to bid for the conference, or if you'd like to know more, or like to have more information, more documents on how to put a bid together, please feel free to email us at asia@gnome.org, or you can email me personally as well, kprogre@gnome.org. Thank you, and I hope that I will receive some emails after this talk.